All right, my friends. Hello and welcome back once again. Let's cross our fingers and toes and hope this is a better deal. Are you, it's making me crazy. There, show me the live. All right, back in. Expand some Minecraft. All right, that's responding fairly quickly. Good. Let's hope it keeps going that way. All right, I can live with that. It's a little off, a little more than I normally like. Instead of the typical like 2.5, 3 seconds, it's maybe 4.5, 5. Well, that's not too bad. Oh, I'm getting the hourglass again. Well, we're just gonna give it a whirl. See how it goes. You guys will at least get the VOD, even if the rest of it's slow to go. All right. So, for you folks that didn't catch the first minute and a half or so, while everything kind of ground down, started right over there. Uh, I'm Habbage, by the way. Welcome, hello, and how you doing? Hope you're enjoying your first visit here. We're gonna get this world to load up here. I promise, eventually, and see where we're at. Now, I did not reboot, and I think we're a little overcommitted to that. If we have to do that, it's gonna throw a huge wrinkle, obviously, in the day. So, leather guys, nothing in the armor department, but we did get a saddle and some emeralds and some decent food. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want those. Um, those are questionable. The flint. Do that too. All right, unbreaking, silk, efficiency 5. Okay, got some stuff here. We'll have to give them just a moment to grow up a little bit so we can see what crops are what. Um, didn't look to be all wheat, but I don't know. Just looking up now and realizing that the stream is not going at all. And then it just jumped into the chest. I don't know. Do not know. Here was the big issue to kick things off a little bit on Wednesday. No, today's Wednesday. On Monday, don't worry, I got it. I'm very distracted by looking from screen to screen and trying to process thoughts as we go here. All right, now was that the one right by the field? There's the field. We came around there. I don't think we've done this one yet, or this lower house, maybe. Um, I was having a real issue with my internet, and it wasn't even my internet. It was my power flipping a little bit. All right, now I think this is a reason for some of our delays here. This is absolutely insane. mean, I can deal with a lot of this kind of junk, but it's kind of crazy. Let me know. Have you or anybody else been running into issues with any of this stuff since 19 came out? So it really seems like we had some bumps along the way since then. Now, hopefully, this is going to catch us back up again. I just took it off the save game screen there. I don't know. Okay, these are all roots. We need the tree part. And I have so much I want to do and talk about. I don't want this to be our deal today. It's like it's going backwards. I don't even know. Uh, I saw those little like dangly things, and I was definitely worried. All right, we'll take a couple of those, but I'm not too worried just yet. First thing here. Now I'm in the middle of the tree that we were just chopping out of. So, yeah, no idea if my voice is coming through at all. If. Oh, that's right, I had to make a bed quick, didn't I? What we've got going here, it's kind of. A bit futile feeling now, but all right, we'll give this a whirl and see if we can find our way home now. All right. Into the boat can go the saddle, the gold block, this, these. Um, I'm not going to want to eat any of that until after I've cooked it. This will be our backup food. Those can go away. Yeah, that seems good. All right, now. 33, 32, and 1050. And our deal. We want to be at 260, negative 136. So, hey, listen, it's the lawnmower guys. It's also dishwasher day. Yeah, that'll be fun. But hey, it was garbage day yesterday. Pick your battles. And this is our regular jungle, I believe. Now we'd come in kind of back on that side of the field. If we have to, we'll just have to follow the rivers back out because we don't know exactly where all this is going to take us. But it would be really nice if this river got us. open water. Before it gets too far, do this. Sorry about the graphics here in front of us. All right, good. Open water. That gets us back to hitting kind of straight line. So we are going west, northwest. So east, southeast to get back to that village, the new swamp, all that good stuff. I really don't remember what that. Like we had the island with the birch stuff. We'd kind of gone all the way around when we do see it. Is this it? Do we think? Like we want to stick to this side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I think that's where we started, right? Maybe? Yeah, because there was the gold block up there. We broke it. Maybe? I don't know. We found two of those things. But I think this is now our birch world. And there's this little watery cut through. I don't know. We still got quite a ways to go. Like those could be the cows that we saw previously. This doesn't help us much. So we're not going back up. But I think we got to get all the way out around this point to get to that little channel that we cut through those outer islands. And we've got lots of birch resources hanging out. So, how's everybody doing? First of all, hope you're all staying awesome. Hope your June is going well. Thanks to hockey, another month is absolutely flying by. I can't believe it. It is the 22nd of June. That is just mind-boggling. How fast everything is flitting by this summer. But it's certainly worth it in my mind. You know, it's a little busy, a little hectic, but it's a fun, busy, hectic, and I can't say how much fun I've been having. Also, really starting to look forward to this whole family thing. That'll be in about a month. It will be scary that we'll be finishing it up in a month. But yeah, it's gonna be great to see my folks out here, and then see my sister and niece and nephew and brother-in-law. Really fun. Okay, is this our little edge right here? Where's our hole? We planted a whole bunch of sugarcane, right? So it looks like it is right here. Also looks like it has grown up quite nicely. Don't need to harvest that just yet. Alright, so here's home for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, and there's not really much to it yet. We're working on excavating down here, and then we'll cut in and kind of make a base level that is off of kind of this flat area down in the cave, and cut in some initial base stuff, and then we can kind of build up through the hill and out. Maybe eventually make this like kind of a glassed in alcove or something like that, so it's even safer and nicer than it is at the moment, because it's not much at the moment. But we need to sort out some of this stuff. Didn't I also get a bunch of trees? It's a few chests. 5-ish. And these are all going to have to move, but I don't know. Make a food box, maybe. We're going to have to go up. Make a stuff box. Make up maybe a plant and plant products. And then we can take these out for the stuff. I don't know. Planks down here. There. 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 Now back up to the boat. So we do want to cook that food. Well, first win of the day. We made it back to the boat. And yeah, I mean, I guess I should just take all this junk, right? Stuff. Nope. Food. Stuff. Here. Let's start cooking those. These away. We're going to be a long way from being able to combine those, but that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to do. Okay. Those are all good. We got lots of picks, a couple shovels. I kind of think we should open up this level a little bit more. And now we can at least reach up to the top. So the thought here is get a little more space for chests, because as we keep clearing dirt and stone and all that, we're going to need a little bit of storage space, and we'll try to mix it up. So we're not just constantly digging, but I think we can very easily get some of this stuff done, especially now that we have some better food options. Okay. And I think this, unless we decide something otherwise, I think this will likely be our working level. It's up just kind of above where the lava really begins to spread. You know, we can maybe fill out to this edge or something, but don't need to worry too much on the finishing stuff because we don't have any materials to work with. And so much more to store. These. So pretty good little start. Again, a reminder, if you are coming to hang out in the chat today, awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome to see you. I am way behind. It seems to be running better now. I'm not getting the same pauses and all that nastiness that I was. So we're going to keep going, but I'm going to be much delayed on the chat. So just be aware of that. If you're saying hi, I am not ignoring you. I'm just honestly not going to be seeing those messages until a good few seconds after. But we already stopped and restarted once in an effort to try to fix it all up. Um, some things in mind, but I do wonder um, if maybe there's an eventual 119.1. A lot of times that seems to be a deal, right? You get the release on the new version, and you run into some of these kind of just hiccupy type things until that first patch comes out, which kind of gets some of the performance stuff. I don't know. Maybe not at all. Maybe it's simply that we were over close to the mahogany swamp, and when I'm running my fully utilized Java, I'm not leaving as much system resources on the laptop for the rest of OBS and all that. And that is one of the deals with the expansion stuff or the updates is that game takes a little more resource to process. But it's that kind of time of year when my thoughts turn to trying to get the PC up and running and stable for these guys, so we could put all of it on a more beefy system than the laptop. Have a laptop available just as a side along and see how that does us. But that probably won't even be a factor until after vacation time and some of that kind of stuff. Got too much with the hockey and stuff. I think currently my plan is hockey up till win or lose, end of the season, the final. Then I'm overdue for my vaccine booster, so I'm going to get that taken care of, and then it will be vacation time. And then when I get back from that, that's when maybe I take another stab at fixing everything up. All right, so I can go back to here. Right. We don't have much shovel yet, but we can probably take down this level of gravel. This is why I didn't worry too much about the flints. I knew we had a bunch of gravel in here to deal with. All right. So we've dealt with some flooded out watery canyon or caves underneath this floor. Hopefully we got through that. You guys saw I had one just individual square water source. But it would be nice to have that done and behind us. Paid our dues. We're not a fish. Oh, but speaking of fish, I got fun stuff from outside all that. But let's revisit Habbage's Monday night hockey experience because I didn't get a chance to talk to you guys after. So don't worry, it wasn't depression. In fact, while I was not expecting 6-2 after that big lopsided win, I was kind of worried to see what Tampa would come back with in the answer. And I think I've tried to be very fair about that and better than the average just fan on the street who's like, you win, oh, we're gonna sweep. They can't. They're terrible. To you lose, oh no, we need to switch out our goalie or we need to do this and that. It's like, can you not remember 2 days ago? I don't understand. But um, yeah, so I got went down. One of my friends and I each got 8 tickets, and we were like right across the aisle from each other. So we had 16 tickets of people that went down to watch the game on the big screen at Ball Arena, which is Colorado Denver's hockey basketball arena. Used to be the Pepsi Center. They just rebranded it. Got bought out. Um, but either way, it was a fun deal. Aside from the outcome, but fun in the sense you had a big group and it was pretty easy. Um, much more family oriented and friendly than um, the one out in the streets that they had organized the watch party there, where people were throwing beers and all that kind of stuff. Now this was very family oriented, a fun deal. You could go and enjoy all there was going on there without a bit of a concern. And I mean, we were kind of joking with all the people around us. We're like, oh yeah, this is the best seats I've had that I haven't wanted. Right? We were 7 rows up on center ice, so looking up a little bit at the big jumbotron scoreboard thing, but it wasn't it wasn't like peen in the neck style. It was just we could have been higher up, but we were because we hadn't been able to get tickets to the previous series watch party. Not that I'd been in there at the start, and because the regular season tickets or the actual home game tickets were so expensive and so impossible to get a hold of, we just both, as soon as they went on sale, that's how we ended up with 16, which is probably a little more than we needed. Somebody couldn't make it down last minute. I think one of our 16 tickets didn't go used, but other than that, that's a pretty good group. And it was fun. We had people from all over the place, and introductions and stuff like that from people who didn't previously know each other. And yeah, at the start, we thought maybe this was just going to be another party, like the last game had been. The uh, Avalanche went down, looked very in control again, and um, before you knew it, they had a puck in. It ended up being offside. From the initial look, it was kind of like I didn't see snow through it, but then I took that opportunity to go to the bathroom while they were doing the review, and sure enough, heard that it was a no goal, and it came back down. Eventually, they showed the slowed down, and sure, that was right call. But you could kind of feel the all right, what's happening, and then Colorado came right back and scored again, and all right, now we're up. Well, then Tampa began to turn it on, and they looked like the team that I expected to be seeing all the days up until now, or all the games, and that's good, right? You want a final. Well, you don't really. It was kind of fun sweeping Florida back in '96 when you didn't even have to worry about it, and it was just over before it was started. And you had already gotten through Detroit, so it already felt like the cup was yours. Not so much here. Um, this this one, I wasn't sure which of the two it was going to be, but by the way, postseason awards, right? Just on that thought, I wasn't sure if I was more fearful of Tampa returning with all their experience and Vasilevsky and their entire team. Been there 1-2 in a row. We've got everything we need to get this done again. Can you take us off the top of the hill, right? King of the mountain kind of stuff. Um, or the Rangers with Shesterkin and that just possibility of youth. It kind of Colorado a couple of years ago, except we no, we haven't had a goalie that has the flash and long-term potential to dominate the league like Shesterkin since Wah. Those come along not too often, but I really wasn't sure at the time which of those two teams was the bigger threat. A red-hot Shesterkin could have been close to an impossible task going in. And seriously, if Vasilevsky takes what they had on Monday night and improves on it, builds on it, gets even more lockdown, it could be a long battle of a series here still. So we'll see. Certainly the Ranger fans in the audience know. Yeah, they were up 2-0 too, and it looked like Tampa was done, and look what happened there. So never say die, just like the Goonies, and we will see how things go tonight. Now, this is the one I kind of look for the bounce back. Honestly, I don't know that they'll be able to pull it off. It may very well come to the home ice advantage, and the home team, the team that gets those last changes, gets to hold sway all the way through, and that would set up for a 7 game, and that would set up for Colorado to have a Game 7 at home if it came down to that. Could. We shall see, but the intensity, it just goes up each game from here on out, so it'll be interesting to see. But so I was talking to Shesterkin there. Congrats to all of the postseason award winners that were announced yesterday. Matthews got both what's the player voted MVP? Lindsay? Something like that? Lindy? I don't know. And then the Hart, Shesterkin got the Vezina. Oh man, who's the Calder? It escapes me. But Cale Makar did, to me, surprise, get the win the Norris Best Defenseman Award trophy. And there's been a lot of talk, if you've just been kind of casual fan catching the playoffs and watching some of the final games, there's been a lot of talk among the commentators about how good a defenseman he is, and that it's certainly not out of line to discuss him as such. But remember, these awards are voted on at the end of the season before the playoffs, right? It's kind of that artificial deal, and then they do the announcements. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it still works. They do the announcements here during the finals, probably to try to capitalize on the buzz, right? It gets people drawn back in, more eyes back into the series, and brings back people that maybe had a stinging playoff loss or didn't even make it. Gets your team's name back in, and maybe draws you back in to be some extra sets of eyes on the games that are going on at the end of the season here. So I really thought Makar would have to wait a year. I think had Josie won it, it would have been just as good. But I personally, I think you guys know my bias. Personally, I think Makar's got the all-around both ends of the ice. He's not usually the Norris is just, hey, look, this guy's on the points tallies every night, and for a lot of writers and voters, that's what it has to be, right? You can look down and point to those stats and go, okay, here it is. Now there's plus minus, there's time on ice stats, There's hits. You can try to dig in a little bit, but quantifying the defensive style and what that comes to mean is task, and it's certainly a lot easier to go like, look, this was a 60-point defenseman. Let's get the award. Pretty darn valuable to your team when you're producing that much offense from the back. But the question then becomes: are you a liability to your team by creeping up all the time? Are you accountable? Can they trust giving up a whole side? And I think certainly Makar's play. I don't think anybody has been in question. I don't think you get, even if you're the best defensive scoring guy in the world, you don't get into the conversation if you aren't competent on the back end. But I think Makar, especially in these playoffs, there was the poke check on Edmonton in game 3 of that series. In the game footage, the play was flowing. The Avalanche goal was on the right side, right? So you're looking at the goalie. The camera's panning to the right, and Edmonton is breaking in, and I think it was McDavid is driving in along the near boards, and Makar just makes a perfect poke check as he's right getting to the circle and putting that puck onto his stick blade to rip a shot, and it never became one because Makar is able to go with one of the best scoring guys in the league and shut him down at full speed when he's breaking into the zone before that shot even materializes. And it was just one example, but one where, in talking with one of my friends who wasn't around for that series, we both were like, "Oh yeah, I know exactly that play." It was just, oh, and I remember standing up. I think it was one of the Wings places where we were out with a bunch of people, and I remember standing up and cheering for that poke check. And I looking around, it was a big place, and there were two other people standing up and cheering at the same time. I was like, all right, those are the other hockey people in this place. Those are the ones that understand how good a play that was, that it didn't even get to the chance of being a goalie save because he was just perfectly timed to take away the threat. And not even then going in to mention that then you're picking it up and turning it back around and cycling back out of the zone, which of course Colorado has been doing a very good job of. Even in these losses, they haven't looked like, oh no, what happened there on Monday night. I wasn't left going, oh, they got outworked or outplayed. Vasilevsky was strong, and the Tampa skaters and scoring guys, you could tell they were kind of like, we need, our backs are now against the wall. We've got to have this, and they played like it, like champions. So, can Colorado answer? I don't know, but there's some at least optimistic news on that front. Nazem Kadri skated with the team this morning, and that's usually an indication. If he comes out of that and goes, "Oh man, that caused me a lot of pain. I'm not there," then he's not going to go, right? But usually, if you get to that point, and if you tip enough of that yeah, he's out there skating, he's good to go, then full speed ahead, right? Or 80% speed ahead, whatever he can do with that broken thumb, we shall see. But he would be a very welcome return because it doesn't sound like Burakovsky's anywhere close, which I have to imagine means that he broke the wrist or something in the hand when that cross ice pass came across on his glove. It's kind of right there on the heel of the palm or the wrist bone there. So I'm guessing he is done, which hurts. But if you can then get Kadri back into the mix, that could be a big boost. Also, it sound well. I know Taves did not get any kind of after suspension, penalty, anything like that for the little contact at the end of the last game. I thought the cross check was fair. It was a little bit down, and certainly Kucherov was a little vulnerable in the position he was at going down like that. But that one to me didn't constitute boarding. He was a significant distance out from the boards, and Taves was not finishing him into the boards. Now, into the ice a little bit, it was kind of a downward cross check. But honestly, I'm glad. It sounds like Kucherov will be good to go, and Taves will be back out there. They'll probably they'll probably throw down to start the game, sort all that out as hockey players do, and be ready to go back at it. Or kind of just go on from there a few minutes later. So it looks like it will be one of those that just gets dealt with on the ice, and hopefully that can kind of get taken care of, and then move on back to the goals and entertainment that they've been providing so far. 'Cause it has been, in the loss, a really entertaining game. Lots of back and forth, lots of chances. Also, I think for the Colorado folks, people who were thinking, oh, we need to have Francois in there, not going to happen. That's what happens in hockey. A lot of times goalies get compared to NFL quarterbacks, and it's a fair comparison, right? The goalies have that same individual level of direct impact on their team that the NFL quarterback does, right? They are so important above and beyond. And in hockey, you can try to work around it, right? You can somewhat the way Colorado does when you compare it to Vasilevsky and Shesterkin. Colorado's trying to get by with no knock to Kemper, and I'm one of his bigger defenders. He is not on the same level as Shesterkin and Vasilevsky, and that's where you need all that extra thrown into goal scoring, young speed, and guys that are willing to buy into this mentality and this scheme that Jared Bednar has set up for Colorado to run. So I'm not disappointed. They're saying they're going to stick with Kemper. I think you can do a lot worse, and it's the reason why you went out and got him last year when Grubauer went off to Seattle, or when you chose not to protect Grubauer from getting taken up to Seattle. But at that time, Darcy Kemper was a huge piece sitting unhappily in Arizona, wanted to get out of there and get to a contender, and he's very good. Now, is there lingering injury issues going back to St. Louis? Maybe. You won't know any of that until after the playoffs are done, but the fact that he's come in and played these other games tells me that I don't think it's anything that's resurfacing day to day, or like, oh, it wasn't a problem and then it just suddenly became a problem again. It's either something he's still lingering dealing with, or it's done and over and he's good. And honestly, there were some 5-holes and stuff like that. It looked a little bit like struggling to lock those pads down onto the ice when he was kicking out into his kind of butterfly or more splits, and just getting a skate on the post and then dropping down to block out the 5-hole. That seemed to open up, and frighteningly seems like Tampa identified that as a deal, and all the talk going into the series was how, Vasilevsky blocker is the way to get after him. You've got to go blocker side, blocker side, blocker side. Um, and maybe that is still true to an extent, but I think when Colorado has been scoring, they haven't had to worry about it too much because they have the natural scorers to just kind of pick where is it going to open up, and really, trying to pull him away to where it doesn't matter blocker, glove side. You get him pulled out of position to where he can't effectively save. And that's the cross ice passing. That's the somebody open on the back door cycling. Same stuff Tampa does. Same stuff Edmonton did really well against Colorado. When they would have somebody cycle into that back post position, back door is kind of talk to that. And it's soccer, familiar soccer concept too. You basically get away from the defender that it should be marking you, either by turning away or some other attempted shot where they collapse in, you skate free, get to that back post. The goalie has to commit over to a shot. Pass gets through the middle of the crease, and you're wide open at that point. So, again, we'll see which of the teams can do a good job of moving like that. I think the real difference between Saturday and Monday was that Tampa showed, we still know how to do that. And as a lot of the as you always say, when you kind of get whooped, like either of the now like Colorado did on Monday night, and like Tampa did on Saturday, all you can do is say, hey, we understand that the guys on the other side are really good. We've just got to focus on doing what we need to do. We take care of our business. We don't think anybody can beat us, and that's the style, that's the mentality that that I think any good professional level athletes, teams that have good chemistry and everybody's on the same page. That's what you're always going to say. Yeah, we know they're going to be there. They're going to be trying, but we're not going to overly focus on what they're doing. We're going to focus on what we want to do and impose our will, kind of deal. So it'll be fun again tonight to see how all that plays out. Who comes out on top? And yeah, for the first time in a long time, I have no plans to get further than a short walk from home for this one tonight. And I honestly don't even know if I'm hanging out with people. We'll see. A lot of my little core of buddies are scattered a little bit. But I was talking with one of the friends. I rode a train back from Denver. Not back, out of Denver. Light rail does not come directly to me, but there is a line that goes up north. And I'm kind of, it's west-ish. It's pretty much true northwest, and they always just seem to lose track of that. But yeah, there's a new-ish spur line that goes straight north, kind of up along the interstate corridor, and one of my buddies lives up further north than me that direction, and so we walked out from the watch party thing on Monday night, and then just hopped on the train, rode it up, and then I got an Uber from there to get home. So it worked out great. It was a beautiful night. So I got to, I'd ridden the light rail, but not for a long time, and never anything that had come up this way. So it was kind of a cool cool deal to see how that one's working, see which platform it comes into down at the train station. All that stuff is really works out really good. It's just it's kind of a toss up. The Uber home on Monday night, and this was getting up towards 11 o'clock at night when I was getting home, and I think it cost about the same as it did for my Uber downtown on Monday afternoon before any real surging or anything like that had started. I don't think there was a surge or anything that night. That's why I was saying it was pretty easy all around. But that's why I don't use it more. I wish I could, but honestly, unless it is a surge or something like that, and you're just trying to get out, and it was cool, right? It was much more fun to be riding back with a buddy on a train, and then have the extra 10-minute ride to get home afterwards than sitting around waiting in Denver for a price to drop or a car to come by when other people were trying to get out of the same situation. So pretty fun though. I enjoyed it. Enjoy having that option available. All right, so we got some iron here. That will be handy. And now think this is our most. Diorite's probably actually a little better, but we used that so heavily the last time that I think we'll try to mix it up a little bit here. But I would like to just get a hint of something kind of finished looking in here. And I'm never really too wild about this one in particular. I kind of like the granite as a good contrast. It looks a little bit like the dirt gets lost, but when you're just doing building with it, especially if you do like polished, it doesn't look too bad. The gray just kind of always seems to get a little bit lost in the effort there. All right, now that of course is our lakeside. We're gonna have to clean these up to some extent, but as we can see from here, I think our starting point at least should be to put the entry to the house in here, and we'll probably try to do a 3/4 layout. Their rooms that go. We may not need to do as much digging down into the basement since we've got all that accessible. Okay, we have absolutely nothing yet. Let's do hat. Oh, we do have that was kind of a mistake because where are they? We could have made like a shirt maybe instead. Should get us 3. Do we want hat and shoes, or do we want shield and bucket maybe? Shield and 3 just waiting. I think I want the shield. I know. Shield, man. You don't need shield. What are you doing with shield? Skeletons. Skeletons. We already had one chase us up from here and basically just had to cower, so. Oh, not that. You're holding that. Alright. Now. I guess let's finish. Finish working on these. little hole back under the stairs, but we'll... Ooh. Now, was there a carved out... Okay, that looks safe. I don't see anything where they can step up, right? So we're gonna hold that for timeout. But I didn't want to lose track of the fact that it existed there. And maybe we just do this. And then I think I'd like this to be cleaned up just a bit more. Oh, and I think this was where our water cave had been. Go. Alright, not sure what I want to do about the stairs yet, so let's leave those and get the rest of this. Okay, so we talked about trains, we've talked hockey, I think. I don't know what more I can add to the talk for tonight's game, although I am a little more cautiously optimistic for this game than I was going into the last one after the big just the big win on Saturday night. I definitely had concerns about what Monday nights would be like. Now, am I saying that the Avalanche are going to win? No, I don't know. I just can't even guess. I'm thinking this one will be closer, back more like the first game. I don't know if it'll go to overtime necessarily, although that would be fantastic. But maybe another 4-3 type final. And trying to guess who's going to come out of those kinds of matchups is really difficult. Now, if Kadri can come back, and depending on what actual ability he's able to play at, that could be the wild card that really changes things up here. Because, excuse me, that's going to go into another one of my points. So, the only one so far. I'll do these. We've already got some white over there. I'll trade those out a little bit. But I'd like to get this edge done. Here. Kadri could come back and be an absolute spark after Monday night's game, or he could be back but limited effectiveness, and that's always a little bit risky, right? If as a coach, I think Bednar he's been uniquely upfront, and maybe that's just this is his first final that he's been head coach for. So maybe there's just a natural bit of that when you're coming in and not as used to guarding all the information on your team. It's like, oh, yeah, we've just got that confidence. We're deserved to be here, and we don't. Normally we don't He doesn't hide a whole lot of info. Um, do a whole lot of the gamesmanship kind of stuff. Certainly a little bit. He's not stupid. He's not trying to give other teams a huge advantage or anything, but he's also, pretty. He doesn't just ignore stating the obvious in a press conference or anything like that just for the sake of, oh, I don't want to say that, that kind of stuff. So he alluded to the fact, if Kadri says he's good to go, he's the kind of guy that gets to go. I'm not going to be the one that says nope, you can't play. He certainly had the season and has the skills to. If you think you can do it, you get the chance to show everybody that you can. So we'll see. That would be a real fun treat though if he is able to go, and I think that could be the lift, but it can also backfire, right? If he's convincing himself and everybody else that he's better off than he really is, like, oh yeah, no, I'm good to go, and he's not going to be as effective because he's still got lingering issues, then that's where does a more veteran coach come in and go, I appreciate what you're trying to do for the team. I know you're excited to get back out there, but from what I'm seeing, you're not ready, and that takes some chops as a coach, as a decision maker, as somebody who's ultimately responsible to say you could be really worthwhile, but I've seen this before, and I know you're not where you think you are, where we need you to be. That's probably one of the toughest things you could ever have to do as a coach. And yeah, I don't think he would want to do or hear that. So we'll see. All right, this is going to be our starting point. We're going to do the nine square room going back here, and then we'll have this is the one that's hidden in the corner. There is the solid center post. So then we'll have another 9x9 back in that corner, and then another one here, which would have the doorway out to this side. Do we? It's almost bedtime. I'm wondering if I want to go up and have another look-see before we get too far into digging out all that stuff. Let's do that. Why not, right? We got a shield. We got a helmet. We don't know too much about our little world here. So this time, let's come back out through here. And instead of going back towards the village, we will go. Should really mark this with torches, but we don't have that many torches yet. Go off to the right. I'm trying to swing out wide here because the swamp, the regular old-fashioned swamp there, just has all those lily pads I want to fill up. Oh, I guess that's seagrass. I was like, is that a tree? Like, is that an azalea tree growing underwater? Yeah, it looks like another one over there with grass growing on top of a structure. Who knew? All right, well, let's just try to hold. Going right into the west, kind of opposite of our last adventure. Let's see what we see out here. Oh, well. Big old ravine. Well, we got our ocean, didn't we? This one started ocean all the way. Oh, oh, do we have land? Just shallow ocean. A seamount? Okay, land. Who knows? You never expect, sometimes you get an ocean. And it's a, oh, 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 oh. I think that's too deep. And do we see the chest? I hate that the bed and the shield take up so much of the visual space here. I think we want to go right up to this grass. Algae. Okay, there it is on the corner, right? And we can probably do a little bit of this. And go. Alright, well, that's not bad. Golden apples, some glistering melons. And we were headed through. I'm a little worried about the bubbles here. Still got time. I don't know. I guess that's like a cave with some algae down in it. Whole bunch of dolphins. Probably means there's some kind of treasure around there. Oh, oh. Hello, hello, hello. Kind of wish I made the bucket. That's alright. Actually, it would be bowls, right? All right, we have access to mushrooms. Very nice. Now, do red mushrooms just grow on the ground out here? It's browns. This is massive. Look at it all. Oh, so nice. I'm wondering though if it will grow to have a merge on any other biome. Oh, this is good. So we could do. I don't know if the lower level biomes underneath, like it always used to be the deal, you could go under the mushrooms and not have to worry about mobs, right? It's a nice safe place to hang out, and that applied underneath too. So you could do all your mining under without having to worry about getting it. But I don't know with the depths and all that if that still applies. But that would be a good way to maybe get down and get some diamonds. So we'll go. Just wanted to kind of look around the outside and see if there's other land immediately visible. We'll definitely grab the coordinates here when we get back to the boat, and we'll try to make some kind of use of such a big area of Mushroom Island shores, whatever. I remember the sugar cane. There you go. So I didn't see any loose red. We could break down a whole big old red mushroom too and bring back mushrooms for stew, but I think if we do anything, we will bring bowls and just milk them for some stew. And it's not, I mean, it feels like we've gone forever, but it's really not as far as the village, which I didn't grab the coordinates of. Shoot. All right, well, Mushroom Island. That is negative 455 and 998. So we're basically right on with the Z. Our early excavation thing is 1693 on the X and 974 on the Z. So we're pretty much straight line on the Z, and then about 2,000 away from where we've excavated out our little base. So that'll work. That's pretty handy. And I guess before we get too far past this island, we'll probably have to stop for the night. But we've got that second one out to the south. We'll just come back to the coast here. But oh, there's a boat. Might as well get a little ways along. Now, am I still going to be able to see it? I think so. When I start the next day. There's a nice little sleepy area. Coffee went down good. Okay. Boat to boat. starts to go invisible. Come on, boat. Already pass it? Is that it? I did already pass it. Okay. Here, maybe. Oh, this is going to be a challenge every bit of the way. Oh no, what are you doing? Come on, get down in the hole. Oh, you kidding me? That was mean. Mean game. Why would it even try to place a torch there? Should be a good sign for a treasure map. While we're waiting. Also a sign that I think it's trying to make us a treasure map. I hope. Come on. This is not good. Come on, game. Okay, it's game. Let's relaunch the whole thing. Hopefully this will bring us back up to speed. We're preparing. I don't think you. I think that in Java, there's. I know that I'm saying this coming from the experience of knowing you can only allocate uh, the Java-based RAM, right? You can't. You can have the biggest, awesomest system in the world, and with Minecraft, you can only allocate so much RAM to it because that's what the Java system uh, depends on. But what I don't know is if that is in the Java language an allocation or if that's just in the Java game code. If there's any possibility of them designing that to spec up where you could put it up to 20 uh, for memory. I don't know. I don't think so. Uh, well timed because here come the texts. Sorry, we'll get this going here in just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Now, chest. Well, actually, this. Can we eat food? It's for good first sign. All right, better. And no map anyway. Take the feathers though. Okay, now I'm wondering if our best bet wouldn't be to try to chop from below. I don't think we line up very well is the problem. Okay, come on, game. Don't be all sketchy now. Okay, down, in. So far, so good. Up. Oh, dude. Why? Why are these so difficult right now? Get back up. All right. Come on. Come on. Oh, my goodness. All right. Didn't even lose our health. What do we get? Bottle of enchanting, a bunch more emeralds, some lapis. I mean, honestly, this ship, for being as deep as it is and for having to restart it because it got all sketchy, pretty brutal. Now, is that my boat or is that a fish? There's my boat. Okay. And we continue on to the west. To the west. Is that another portal? It's shallow, which is nice. I think maybe there's an overturned boat over there too, but honestly, kind of willing to hold out for. See, this one doesn't even. Oh, there it is. There we go. Mending, aqua, smite, awesome. Oh, well, and then there's that boat. Now, which way is that? South, maybe? Yeah. All right. Well, first of all, oh, can I not? I guess when I'm in the boat with chest, I can't switch that out. All right. So we get get some land. And having that mushroom island kind of on this east-west line is actually really good because we can then you got this. Come on. And now I want to do that and that because we might as well. When we do get to the nether, we can make just straight run stations on a little highway there without having to wind all over the place or anything. All right, good stuff there. Tastes salty when you eat it under salt water. There we go. Oh, they're back. Take more of this moss and then switch out that. Now, I don't think I'm going to want either of those other two unless the helmet is respiration or something. And honestly, yeah, no, I don't even want to worry about carrying them. All right, we're good. We will sort into the boat chest. Oh, I've still got all this this other one to go. Sort into the boat chest now, though. There. So I don't think we need a smite sword. I don't think we need to carry that or those or that, which doesn't stack, I don't think. I'm not going to eat those. That's fantastic. Put that away for now. These we may still get more of. Obsidian can go away. And that may make the crafting table when we go to shore to turn that into some pants. Guessing. Pants, and we're one short. We could be up to 12. Let's, I guess, go to shore right now. Sleep. Come back. We don't want to forget the treasure chest, or the treasure map chest. Good thing I got on my grass skirt. Being decent. Aqua Affinity is nice. Oh, I guess I already did that. I knew that. No, wait, I totally went to the wrong one. Dang it. Oh, I got this. Come on, game. So, like, some problem with treasure maps? We've had treasure maps in other 119 stuff, haven't we? Or have we? Maybe we haven't even had the chance. And then this is another garbage one. I I wasn't too surprised when we got down to it that we didn't have anything in there. All right, so now we get some land, though. It's good. Have we taken spruce trees yet to get saplings? Let's grab a few because spruce trees and spruce tree farms are pretty handy. Don't need to be too many, but just enough so we can plant them close by. Do the bone meal trick. Grow them up big and tall. Okay. Getting there. The main thing here is just buying some time so that the saplings can't all drop. All right, so let's go into to next story time topic. I stumbled upon something kind of low stakes, low hopesy, but Prime, which in the midst of both Netflix and Amazon kicked out a ton of really, I don't know, maybe it's just the right timing for me, but like ton of movies that I consider really good or grew up with, that kind of stuff, um, all over the place, and far more than you can ever watch. And I think I'd mentioned how I'd been watching some Arrested Development again. Kind of backed off that. I still really enjoying it, just haven't binged hard on it. Um, but I went just kind of on the the recommendeds or whatever, and they had one that was going maybe through the 30th. That was a History Channel, amazingly enough, because how often do they do anything I watch these days? But it was History Channel 2009 ish, and the whole series, at least, is called How the World Was Made. Um, I don't know if it was initially all part of the same series or not. Like the different episodes are very independent of one another, which is cool. No, that's a lot of berries. But different narration and stuff like that. But that kind of makes it cool, and it's all geology stuff, which I took some geology electives in college. Loved it. Yeah, I think it really fits in with my interest in history, human history, but the stuff that predates us, pretty important too. And you just don't, you can't do a road trip across the country without having some background of geology and having it completely transform the experience for you. Road trips can be fun or really tedious depending on your personality and where you are. Either way, but seeing the landscape unfold and going, oh my goodness, this was a part of this, or just getting an appreciation of how transitory some of the stuff here about living on the planet Earth is. It is always in flux. It's kind of cool. So I discovered this anyway, and they were so different from episode to episode. Like I'm trying to think what the order was and what the first one was that they they ran. Was the first one Krakatoa? I don't know. They did the ones that, and I was kind of let it run while I was doing some other stuff too. Um, so it was a little bit in and out, but the couple that were really good. Um, oh, Mariana's Trench may have been the first one, which is really cool. And that gave you an introduction to plate tectonics. If you aren't familiar up with all that, how relatively recent that theory is. I was kind of amazed when uh, I saw how not that far before my own lifetime that was going from fringe theory stuff to legitimate solid evidence. And of course, in my lifetime, but in prior to or in recent memory, in your parents' lifetimes, maybe um, the technology has changed so much that not only is plate tectonics um, well established and accepted, it's all been measured and documented. The tools that we have thanks to GPS and satellite and measurement and stuff like that, no, is awesomely powerful. Oh, dang it. Oh, this is going to be a mess. All right. You, 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 you. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is kind of just what we needed right here, actually, except for me breaking the boat. That was stupid. All right. We don't need an egg. I basically just have to dump all. I should just do this. All this stuff. All right, did I get the boat? Yeah, don't break your boat with chest. That's like an insult that it just sits there. Oh, yeah, stuff does not stay in the boat. All right. This back to here. Go in the water. Here. You guys. That can go. Definitely. We'll take a full stack, leave the rest. That and that. These and those and that. Alright, here. There. That. Those. Probably hang on to those for a bit. Don't really need any of this in hand. And I think we'll save that for some time when we're actually trying to fight monsters, or if we can add anything to it to make it a little more beefy. All right. Now, pants. All right, there we go. We are not super well set up, but we are at least fully dressed. I don't know that I really want those planks, but I'll take them. All right. Now, the reason why I wanted to stop here anyway, and all this was good, we're going to do all this stony shore area and see if we can get some iron, some of this coal right here. This is a great early stop for us, and then presumably I think we'll be full enough to then turn around and head back from this adventure and go carve out our houses. House, multiple rooms. I guess rooms would be more accurate. Um, the coal should help here, and if I can get some iron from this coastal stony shore, we'll see how far it goes, what all it's got. A lot of times it's a lot of copper, but we don't need much. It would be good to replace out the chest plate as well, eventually. But copper we will leave for now. I don't need too much of that yet, and we are sitting on top of a big cave, so we'll get some of that. It's the iron that will be down below, probably from the start. So if we could get any more of that. Would be a great start. So anyway, this whole geology thing, which I don't know, I think Minecraft is kind of cool that it does a little bit of that. Um, Started off talking about the Marianas Trench, and oh, you know what? Actually, no. The first of all the episodes was the San Andreas Fault, and kind of talking about how it runs all the way along California in the 1906 San Fran quake, um, and what threatens the LA area, and how that could be even more significant when and if that goes. And honestly, all these things are clickbait a little bit, right? They before that was even a thing, shows would clickbait you into, oh, what they made. There was that whole era kind of in the late 90s, early 2000s of disaster movies, right? And you had Armageddon with the meteor coming, and you had, I think the movie was San Andreas with the Rock, right? And getting out of the city in the midst of a super earthquake kind of scenario, and The Day After Tomorrow with climate change stuff. All those movies. Here's how the world gets wrecked. Independence Day with the aliens. So all those are kind of they're it's interesting to think about, and geology is certainly one of those where you're actually dealing with stuff that at times feels a little bit like sci-fi. It's these are the biggest powers on Earth, and a lot of the stuff that we see in the geologic record is stuff that as a species we've never even encountered. We talk about like hurricanes and all that, and, oh, the planet is so hostile. Oh, it's all our fault. It's all climate change and all that. Um, it's the world is a tough place to live, especially if you're a particular species. Life itself, very persistent and amazingly robust at some of the things that the planet has gone through, according to the geologic record. Um, but on an individual species level, we talk about extinction. Oh, there's so few species compared to what there had been, and humans are a big part of that. But humans haven't been the only ones that have come in and kind of altered things to change the world. Now, humans are doing it at a different time frame than anything else. Um, but is it stromolites were the ones that actually little single-celled rocky things um, that were the things that changed out our whole atmosphere, pumped all the oxygen in through photosynthesis, and they weren't even plants at the time what you could describe as a plant. Now they were just this kind of slime that laid on in a layer over exposed rocks, kind of the upper levels of the water, and um, it took a really long time, but they first filled the oceans, saturated them with oxygen, and then got it to the point where it was escaping the water bond and um, populating the atmosphere and changing that out from um, carbon dioxide to oxygen based, and literally changing the planet from what had been kind of murky. If you came up in a little spaceship back in the day, um, what would have been just kind of a Venus like cloudy. You probably would have known at that point that it's a rocky planet, not just a gas sphere, but an atmosphere that just obscured anything below, right? Um, and kind of murky and in terms of us wouldn't have been very healthy or livable. Um, it was these little slimy guys over rocks and a long time that changed the entire deal. And they showed some in Australia, I think. Uh, still out there, still doing their thing. Of course, now, you know, a few trees do a much more efficient job of that, so that they're not a significant factor in the composition of the environment. And there's so much other life now that they kind of get pushed into a back seat, right? That's part of the name of the game. But again, we talk about humans changing the world. Well, a lot of different species did that, and um, I think it's all fascinating. As good as any literature or written out TV drama or movie or whatever, going back and kind of looking at the speculate, and this is interpretation of the fossil record. Nobody was there. We don't know 100% certainty, but we can know when some of these kinds of things come in, and the evidence for um, the dinosaur extinction event, right? That I think nowadays everybody's like, oh yeah, the big meteor impact that happened in the Gulf of Mexico and helped wipe out the dinosaurs. Well, I say it helped wipe out because at the same time that was happening, there was a massive volcanic situation going on as well that was just pumping what we would consider pollutants into the air nonstop across a megacontinent, kind of on the heels of like a Pangea, but pumping out massive amounts of carbon monoxide and dioxide and probably some sulfury stuff too. Well, basically, again, in the sense of some of the dinosaurs and things really welcome, but it was continually changing the environment, and that means that established forms of life either have to adapt or they're going to get pushed out of the niche that they occupied. And it was between that and then, of course, the impact of that super meteor into the Earth. Those two combined was not the most significant extinction event in the history of the Earth so far. It was that one, I think, like 70%, and of course that's where our window really came into being, because small mammals and like pre-ancestors of mice and things like that survived in the kind of what you could call a nuclear winter type scenario that followed this great firestorm and shockwave that hit after that massive meteor impact. So in the sense, I'm trying to, how did we get? off the first ones, which were the earthquakes. Recommend checking it out. Really cool. I think the things I took from that are when we look at the, what should we be worried about as a species? Every scientist is talking about, oh, is Yellowstone overdue? Well, not really. Yes, it's been more time since the last massive Yellowstone eruption than since the one prior to that. But going back at least to what the record is, it's not off pace, and you're looking at hundreds of thousands of years. So the wiggle room in there is very fluid, right? You can keep within that kind of distribution if you're 50,000 years late. It hardly shows, and of course, we've that's about a fifth as long as proto-humans had started to show up in the fossil record. So not not the biggest deal, and Yellowstone is one of the most monitored places on Earth from a geologic perspective because it's interesting, right? Everybody's going there and looking at how does the caldera work, how does the magma dome appear, and it's got as much monitoring as anything as to what's going on under the Earth's surface and what does it look like. And I think devastating as it will be if that goes, and a hubris of humans, it certainly could catch us by surprise, and um, just the scope of it would be absolutely devastating. Even if you knew, think about every hurricane that comes along, right? There's always people like, oh, I'm not leaving, and the evacuation zone of an imminent, if they're like, yeah, it looks real, the last 6 months or whatever, the dome is filling, the ground has risen by meters, not inches or feet or anything like that, but it is literally a big balloon now where Old Faithful used to be, and all of that stuff got disrupted, and we think it's just a matter of time before something significant happens here. You would then be talking about evacuating 5 to 6 of the massive western states, and population centers like Cheyenne, Denver, Boise, Salt Lake City, Billings and Bozeman, Montana, and all the people in between, right? But those major cities, as far apart as Salt Lake City and Denver and Rapid City and up through Montana, all of that's going to be fatally buried in hot ash, falling like the biggest snowstorm you've ever seen. The area within Wyoming and surrounding immediate states, that's just, if you're still there, it's instant death. You don't even wait for stuff to fall down. You're just gone. So in terms of scale and scope, very scary. It would certainly be devastating to North America. Canada, United States, and Mexico would all be brutally crippled for generations, but probably a generation of not really being able to grow crops or anything like that. Basically, just rest of the world help keep some of the people alive, right? And then you're going to have cultural memory just completely changed out as a result of that. So it would be devastating to experience that and live through it. But in terms of geologic record and scale, even though you can look back and see the previous massive Yellowstone eruptions in the record, and how wide scale those impacts have been, they're nothing when they compare to some of the, when entire land masses cap a magma vent with a continental plate, and it all turns into just eruptions going on almost constantly, fissures and hundreds of thousands of years of just nonstop super. It wouldn't have the eruptive force, but imagine an area the size of the United States just constantly erupting, kind of like Mauna in Hawaii, right? Where it's not billowing ash clouds and all that into the sky like some of the Iceland volcanoes have done recently and affected air travel and all that, but it's it's constantly producing magma and lava and additional chemicals into the atmosphere, just from being, access and openings from the mantle down below. So I don't know. It'll be. I don't think we'll ever see that. Krakatoa, which is the volcano in the Philippines, erupted in the 1860s. I think it was 1863, maybe. And that one is boggling as well. That one I had heard about, and that was uh, the loudest sound ever recorded on Earth. It is when it was a kind of a three-peaked mountain tropical island, right? And had a volcano that was basically considered dormant in a largely unpopulated island. There may have been some villagers there, but as soon as things started to get active, nobody was on the island when it finally went. But it had an eruption, and that's kind of the weird part. 'Cause I always think like volcanoes. All right, well, if something has erupted, that's released all the pressure, right? And then you're good. You don't have to worry about anything else. Well, there's the consistency of the magma, and if that changes, if the vent, if you have an eruption and it kind of releases a little bit of the pressure, but the cone collapses in on itself as a result of that, or the magma is kind of sluggish and plugs the vent that it just opened, even more so than previous steam vents. Sorry about the noise here. They're blowing through the breezeway. All right. Hopefully that's the worst of it. When that can happen, that can then actually create a bigger resulting eruption if it didn't clear all the way, and then kind of caps it. And that's very academic, not academically, very amateurly described. That's exactly kind of what happened in Krakatoa. It had been venting a little bit. There was a cone, there was a vent, and they'd seen these eruptions, had a few little earthquakes, and okay, yeah, the volcano's going. Then it had a fairly good eruption, which kind of created this crater where one of the three peaks had been, and like, oh boy, all right, that was a big boy. And then you kind of think with volcanoes, all right, well that's it. We'd never seen it go off before. We probably got 100,000 years, something like that. Not 100,000, but 100 or 1,000 years or whatever until the next time. So all the local people are kind of like, "Yay, we survived! That was so crazy!" And they start sending out like research teams to. And this is 1860s. It's not today, it's not modern science by any means, but it is the age of following on the age of discovery. This is over in the West Indies, so has definitely, been mapped and explored in all the science that came out of that. And everybody's as familiar as we are in kind of elementary school basic science stuff, doing measurements, getting getting data and making theories. The scientific method is no different today than it was then in terms of the thought process that goes into it. So we would have been familiar with the stuff that they were doing. They didn't have temperature probes and heat suits and GPS and all that to do quite the same measuring, but they had surveying tools and some of that to help them out. So yeah, the process was tools were a little different, process very similar, and they went about their business, and they very quickly came to the idea that yeah, we don't think we're done yet. This the peak that had erupted kind of caved in on itself, and then they noticed that it was rising again into a new dome, um, and got everybody out of the way again. And the next time, the the island basically evaporated. Now that's kind of unfair, but basically what you had is that um, the big eruption of Krakatoa was so intense that it blew um, the stone mass of the entire island above most of the stone mass of the island above the sea level out and away. What did remain would have been a big circular crater kind of deal, but then that collapsed as the magma vented and all the steam and pressure and everything that had been under the earth, as that all evaporated or exploded out into the atmosphere, the resulting void collapsed in seawater and what remained of the island edges, all that fell back into the hole, and the depth now it was like 40 meters. I don't remember, deeper than all the surrounding seabed around it. Well, now, and this is kind of where in my lifetime this stuff became a significant deal, right? So that's 1860s. Sometime in the 1960s, the the lava mound. I could be off. I don't remember all the times. The lava mound made it back up, right? Because it continues to erupt and spew lava, and about 100 years it took for that to rise back up and break sea level, so that new island of Krakatoa is now rising, and it's climbing at like 10 meters a year, and it's you look at it now, it's not massive, but you'd probably call it a mountain. You'd definitely call it a volcano, and it's just ashy or pumicey kind of, oh nice, exposed lava building up a cone and building up this pillar, which, again, as I said, when I was a kid, I remember seeing something that was either on TV or like a film strip in school or whatever, um, about this new land coming out, and I didn't remember much about the volcano in in that regard historically. Um, but I do remember as a kid, oh look, this is a new island that's growing, and I don't think I had it, and they probably as it was for kids, they didn't want everybody to go home and have nightmares. I don't think they really hyped the devastation of the previous eruption, but it was more the here's new land coming up, and it was just this tiny little speck of land that was spilling out, and looks much like you see in Hawaii, where the coast is expanding, where the lava reaches the sea, and it sizzles and hisses and all that. But at that point, um, it was pretty desolate, just black, cooled lava, kind of spread out all over the this small island popping up out of the sea. But kind of the film strip added with and what had been totally wiped out, here's a plant growing out, that life finds a way to get back in and repopulate that, right? Yay, yay, the planet heals itself and all that. And very cool. But I remembered that just vaguely, and again, I was just watching this the other day, but it kind of stuck out like, hey, that's crazy that what I'm seeing now is what I remember as a kid being just this first little hints of a new island growing and spreading. All right, I'm pretty sure a boat is back out that way, right? Right, everybody? Nod, yes. Not back that way. What we don't have is picks, but we still have inventory, so we may keep plugging around. Got 11. Man, I hope that's the way we need to go. Oh, oh, creeper. Um, so it was really cool. So Krakatoa, awesome. That was amazing. The earthquakes in California stuff. What's interesting there is, or what I learned the most was the composite rocks at the different points in the fault. And there are two places. Hollister is one, and some other little town along the fault where they've never had an earthquake, and instead, uh, the spot, they show like the road and all that, and they constantly have to repair this curb because it's always moving, and they have to just kind of adapt for that and through bridge and all that. So they um, kind of talked about that and how in those areas, um, all deep underground, if you take core samples, there's a lot of talc rock, which if you think talcum powder, right, baby powder, the talc rock is. If you have layers of it, it's kind of acts like talcum powder. It's kind of slick a little bit. It doesn't have a whole lot of resistance. It's not very textured to the point where um, it would prevent the ground from moving. So in those little areas or sections of the fault, instead of having big earthquakes, it just kind of moves all the time without you really being aware of it. And what do they say, inch and a half, a couple inches a year, whatever it is, that can kind of just happen as pressure builds up, it just keeps moving. So in that little part, if you think of it like a rubber band or something, that little section, that just always moves very easily. But other points, it's kind of snaggy, right? And that's what you get, or what you had up near San Francisco, and what they still are looking at having to deal with in um, LA, which is you have granite, and inside granite, if you ever picked up granite, right, it's a composite metamorphic rock, really, that has a lot of different elements inside it, and a lot of crystals, or a lot of quartz in granite embedded throughout it, and that's part of the being formed in volcanic pressures and heat and all that. You get the crystals scattered throughout the base granite. Well, all at a molecular level, all of those are kind of interwoven, and so that's where you get this resistance to move, unlike the talc, and it kind of holds. And right, I think part of this is very basic, right? We all kind of get what happens in an earthquake. The two plates are slipping past one another, and they won't move naturally. So eventually, it builds and builds and builds and builds and builds, and then it jumps. And when it jumps, the resulting earthquake is the after effect of all that pent up energy being released and rising up to the surface. So you get the swaying of the buildings and all that kind of stuff. Well, the I was talking about the Yellowstone as being an example of, yeah, it could happen at any other time. In the case, ooh, we do have a mountain back there. That would be good for some more iron. I'm wondering if up above all that cave stuff, should we just take a quick run? We'll use this tree as a reminder. That's where we parked. Um, at least, whoever this scientist was, but this wasn't like a modern History Channel or today's History Channel, right? It's all about reality TV and hype and all that kind of stuff, ancient aliens, and who needs real history on the History Channel when you can just have hype and it's cheaper for one thing, it's cheaper to produce. Um, you don't have to do as much fact checking, and it holds up when it's all silly and never designed to actually be um, uh, is dissected the right word, or just analyzed, processed by adults that are like, yeah, that either makes sense or no, that doesn't hold up. What are you guys talking about? Anyway, the presenter in that earthquake video was saying, like, and this is in 2009, right? Um, he said there is a like 95% probability that the LA side, the southern end of the San Andreas Fault, will let go sometime in the next 30 years in 2009. And then you go, okay, well, it's 2022 now, so that's 13 years of what he said was a 30-year window um, for a fault that is being measured and is being evaluated. And like he said, there's no. He was saying that 90% number in contrast to, can you predict when an earthquake is going to come? And the answer is no. You can't. Um, you can't lay it out and go in February of 2025. It's time for that to happen, right? But that's what he was illustrating is you can have a big window. If you broaden that time out to what is the range when it should happen, then yes, and that's the one. And the other side of that is people have been saying this all our lives, right? LA is due for the big one. San Francisco had it. LA hasn't since missionary Spanish mission time, back when LA was just a little cow town. They had a massive. They didn't have Richter scales or anything back then. That's cool, okay, but I'm a little apprehensive. We don't have enough torch. I guess we can make torches. Um, we would go all the way back over to here. I mean, it looks pretty big, right? Probably got a good shot of having some iron in there. I don't want to go in too deep, because stuff like that could pull us in and deep. All right, well, that's a little starter light. I think we will come back for that eventually. Yeah. So if you look at it that way, um, we're in that 15-ish year range, but that's also the kind of thing you begin to become familiar with in any of these kinds of conversations when it goes, and it's being a an environmentalist, if you will, in the sense that natural habitat loss is the biggest impact to um, threatened species. It's not the temperature, the air quality, all that. It's that we keep putting buildings in the middle of that little grove of trees and all that used to be a place where a bunch of different species lived. So habitat loss is critical, and I'm not downplaying any of that. But when you start to have conversations about the changes in climate a little bit, just the overall temperature change and all that kind of stuff. And as more time goes on, you start to see, yeah, it's really easy to have that 30 to 50. Oh, stuff is going to be just devastated, and then you go down and you see, well, it wasn't quite that extreme, but it's a sweet spot for um, encouraging further study and funding, right? Like it's far enough out that there will be additional studies by the time those dates come along, and the next guy will come along and say, "Oh yeah, we got 30 years or so before it's supposed to go." So those can kind of keep perpetuating. I just say that for younger viewers. It's human nature, right? We're doing our best, and I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade that science is good, and you've got to have some kind of predictions for preparedness. And if we didn't have the stuff that there was, the downtown areas of San Francisco and LA wouldn't have the earthquake mitigation stuff that they've already put into place. That wouldn't be required by law. People wouldn't have mandates if scientists weren't saying, yeah, there's a real possibility here, and it doesn't have to be one day or another. It can just be whenever. Um, but that being said, I am going to step away for just a moment or two. You guys chill here. Hopefully, the stream won't crash. Still talking overloaded. I don't know why. We're just chilling here. But I've enjoyed talking about this. We'll talk some more geology unless you guys jump up in the chat and tell me that you want to talk about something else. Take care. Enjoy the little break. I will be right back. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. Hope you're all doing well. Feeling good, looking good. It's a little overcast out, but cool. It's supposed to be like off and on 80s and 70s up through the coming weekend with rain off and on, and who knows, a little bit different. Definitely been spending the overnight hours with open windows and trying to air things out a little bit, keep it cool without running AC just constantly. See how all that plays out, but yeah, let's get back to it, huh? All right, so we've got these extra picks. We've got I think, well, here's what we should do. Is this what we were gonna do anyway? I don't know. Do this. Um, Not too bad, I guess, huh? Yeah, we'll just keep it even. All right, that stuff can stay for the purposes of travel. I guess I could just do that. There, right? That seems better. And I don't think we need to carry extra stone. We've got enough to keep tools coming. And we probably, well, actually, we do kind of need that. There. Now, we can do this, this. Actually, starting to feel a little bit like we're in the middle of a regular game. All right, not just completely getting started. Okay, we'll leave that as a little spot. It's a good spot. Then I want to go straight ahead and kind of wind up through this way, see what we've got over here, and just continue to look, see if there's anything other than that coal. I see that coal. I'm not blind. Really looking for the iron, though. See if there's anything more around any of these corners that we can maybe gather up. It kind of seems like it's petering out, but then we get all this up high. So let's park here. Now, we could get a little bit of trouble out of that cave. And again, reminder: if you're just jumping in here after the break, saying hi, I am very much delayed, so I apologize. We started and stopped once. Um, just just kind of sticking with it for the sake of the VODs. You guys have been so good about watching those. I'm aware that we've had some struggles of late. We'll try to keep pushing forward, getting those taken care of and rectified. But as I was saying earlier, might be a little bit between the hockey stuff going on, and then some family vacation stuff coming up, and trying to get re-upped on the booster vax. I've got some stuff coming up in between and around here, so it'll probably be about this time next month before I do anything potentially changing up the setup that I've got going on. And if there isn't a 119.1, ooh, maybe we should boat over there. I don't know if this is all one big piece of land. could sure have some more iron. I wouldn't complain. Doop, 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 doop. Oh, creeper. Where'd you come from, dude? Alright, creepers. Just what we needed. I said there could be some trouble coming out of that cave. Oh, man. So what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about geology. So we talked about the Krakatoa volcano one. We talked about the uh, earthquakes, and there were. I probably watched, I don't know, half the episode. Um, but one of the really cool things I thought they did, um, that wasn't, it was very high level and kind of done in a what doesn't hold. I'm sure just the values and everything have changed quite a bit. Um, but they did like 2 episodes. I think it was a like doubly long deal, all talking about what is the value of the Earth, right? Like how much if you put a dollar value on the stuff that makes up the Earth, if you total it all up, what does that all come up to? What are we sitting on here? What do we do? And it was really pretty cool. I thought for not being and necessarily an educational material, right? It's edutainment kind of stuff. Um, I thought it was great for me as somebody who's always kind of interested in this stuff. It had some pretty good guesses as to where things were coming from, but they went through and talked about. They started with, all right, what are no brainer things? So precious metals, right? Platinum, gold, uh, silver, uh, lithium, um, magnesium, maybe. I don't know. Copper, right? Um, so they go through it and they're like, so how much has been produced in history? How much more is there in the world, and what are the 3 top producing countries in the world for whatever that material is? And then they kind of go through and round it out. And they don't hammer out every little micro detail, right? That wouldn't be good entertainment, but they give you this kind of high level and go, all right, well, yeah, these are the ones, platinum, gold, and silver. These are the ones that people um, that have more value because they can be currency based and held as commodities and all that. They talked a little bit about how they're traded as commodities and where the value of these things comes from, um, and did those. And then they do um, like base metals, right? And then they did the same thing with rare earth, um, base earth stuff, but iron. How much is there? Where does it come from? Where does it come from the most? How much is still out there? And iron, of course, along with granite, that's our world. So you don't have to look too hard to find it, right? It's there in profusion, but they calculate up, like, get a dollar value on what's out there. And these were whenever they '09 or whenever they made that particular episode of the show. Um, Values, which I'm sure have changed, but probably relative to one another. Um, and it just fascinating. They talked about foodstuffs. So you've got crops, you've got animal herds, and then you had seafood, and they broke out those, like where do the main things come from. Just in what's otherwise a geology show, like giving you these little tidbits about how much more corn the maize corn that we all here in the United States think of as corn, right? Big yellow ear of sweet corn kind of stuff, but not all varieties and styles uh, dominates everything else, and how between oil, um, sugar, and the starch, you have three different products that across the board permeate pretty much everything, right? It's just all over the place. And then fossil fuels and forests. How much wood? Where does the wood of the earth come from? How readily is it really reproduced? How is it valued? And who are the biggest producers of it? Fascinating, fascinating stuff. So I was really entertained and impressed by just kind of stumbling across this. And as soon as they start into the whole, like, okay, we're going to put a dollar value on the world, you're like, oh, this is going to be like a throwaway episode. It really wasn't. It was kind of the highlight so far. And then the one that I probably paid the least attention to, and maybe should go back and watch again because it was really cool. I just happened to be busier doing other stuff while it was on. Was how the world made us, right? And so this talks about the evolution side of humans and what in the world, um, at what point in the world, certain traits and physiological actions likely arose, and what might have triggered them. And they were talking like one of the ones that I heard and kind of caught my attention, so I kind of stopped what I was doing to listen for a little bit, was hiccups. Where do hiccups come from, and why do we hiccup? Right? They're kind of, but certainly for me, you know, it, it seems like every time you start to stream, you get a little fight out of the hiccups. Of course, now I'm thinking about it, I have to stifle a yawn, but hiccups. Where do they come from? Why do we hiccup? And that went, at least according to the show, right? I don't know how hard the science is behind this, but that goes all the way back to when we're the amphibious fish kind of climbing out of the primordial ooze and oceans, and beginning to switch between breathing air and processing oxygen out of liquid, right? So whether you're going gaseous or liquid-based oxygen, you have different processes, and the hiccup is the move that is kind of forcing and clearing and flipping over the valve, so to speak. And in amphibians, like if you watch a little video of tadpoles or something like that they do that same thing when they're switching between oxygen environments, or I don't know. I don't know, but the deal is that according to the show, that is an archaic legacy of our having at one time been a part of the history of life that says, yep, we were part of that DNA trail that went all the way back to breaking out of ocean-based life, which was everything, to eventually start going into the uh, regularly flooded tidal coastland type stuff, and then eventually emerging all the way out onto dry land and becoming purely land terrestrial life. So pretty cool. I don't know. That one sounded like okay. But they talked about like getting goosebumps, and here where our acuity for hearing came from. Some of the stuff with our vision having been our arboreal, and our hearing coming out of kind of breaking with reptiles and I don't know, like how the ear bones evolved out of the jaw, and that makes sense, right? The jaw kind of goes there. The whole ocular implant stuff, I think that sits a lot of times on the jawbone. So there's a lot of stuff that fits into there. And again, everything is a theory until more facts come to life. But it's pretty good stuff, and stuff that I was less likely to have heard or been aware of. In some cases, others it was just kind of to help fill the show, I think. But um, pretty cool. There's a nice portal. Not seeing the iron, but again, I think that's going to be east, and we can just kind of head back out, try to catch sight of the Mushroom Island, and use that as our marker to get all the way back. A little more coal, a lot of copper. We can make ourselves one heck of a big hoe. And we're going to be decently, yeah, I knew that was going to be a deal. Decently well set on. Oh, I got to get. Gold apples. Can all go away. These can stack up. That can stack up. Those can go in. Alright, looks like we're getting a little bit close to bedtime here. We are facing east, so we're doing right by that. This has been good. We'll try to go up to this. Yeah, we'll just go right here. See the stars coming out. So very good so far. Really surprisingly good. Not like, oh man, it's not like Planet Earth, right? When that first came out for Discovery, it was like groundbreaking television and just blew your mind. I wouldn't put it at that kind of level, but informative, very entertaining, very watchable. Um, Give it a thumbs up. So there you go. Habage TV recommendation. So there's that. Very good. At some point along the way, I also watched and I'm not a big UFO guy or anything like that. I don't know. Sometimes it's just kind of entertaining, right? It's like I don't have to focus on this. So I watched some UFO documentary on um, people, trying to get public or documents and um, policies and all that made more public than they currently are or sometimes seem to be. All right, what do you think? You think we actually get a map? Doubt it. This world does not seem good at mapping. Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know if we're touching it, honestly. Oh, yeah, that's a good sign. When the grass doesn't even go away. Come on, man. We got like an hour left. We got to get back to base, and then I got to get ready for game time. Oh, there we go. And we got a map. I don't know why that chest sound has to be so deafening once we get through all this either. Fortunately, this one is nice and close to the surface. If I can actually get that axe in the slot. Ooh, love that aqua affinity. Alright, let's just do all that. Oh, we still got some inventory spots, so let's go here. Maybe we get some other kind of food. Mm-hmm. I know, I'm going up. I think maybe I should take the suspicious stew as well, just so we have some. All right. Which way is east? East, to the east. So we know if we catch a swamp, we've gotten all the way home. I think we'll see the mushrooms, though. I don't think we went over too far, but maybe we should veer a little bit more to the south. North? How about the north? Let's go to the north. I know this has got to be miserable. Who knows when my voice is lining up to this kind of stuff, but just making the correction on my own directions. So yeah, I watched some crazy deal about, it's the standard old military industrial complex and all that, and I don't know. Um, just like my beef with, I'm a big proponent of people, right? I think we're people. We sometimes look for ways to not give ourselves credit for what we do, and um, I think when you watch Ancient Aliens, which to me should be a home run, right? Uh, it's archaeological pseudoscience kind of stuff, right? And it's entertainment, and the guy's got the crazy hair, and he's all this and that, and part of my negativity towards it is that I think it was a big part of why the History Channel's like, oh, we don't need to make real historical stuff anymore. Just go for the crazies, and if the people aren't willing to make a joke out of themselves or what they're saying, people won't watch it. And again, just like what I'm about to say, I think we need to give people more credit. That people are actually interested in learning about some of these things, about learning what was out there. And whenever I've watched those kinds of shows, the main evidence for the aliens is always there's no way that people at that time could have done this, whatever this is, whether it was a really big wall with really perfect edges, and how could people at that time have actually aligned the pyramids on angles, constellations, stuff like that. And it's like, why do you think that we are so much more superior to people that happen to live on this planet 5,000 years earlier, whatever the case may have been? Now this is what's going to be really challenging. I think this is probably coming from the spawn. Remember, we boated past this. We were looking for brown mushroom trees and thinking about food sources, and we kept going. So I think we're pretty close to home, maybe, but it doesn't seem like we went Uh, yeah, not too bad. We got like 600-700 blocks to go on the Z, and a little bit more on the X. Yeah, here's the azalea trees. There's going to be two of them. This one, and then one over on the other side. We talked about how that might be challenging if there's flooded out ocean caverns below us here. Might be tough to capitalize on the lush caves, but we had lush last time. That didn't work out real well. Not that it was the lush caverns' fault, but um, is what it is. I'm trying to stay out wide because we know that we got to get around the swampy trees without getting too many lily pads, right? Clog up the ore locks because we don't have a propeller. I was going to say, oh yeah, they clog up the propeller. Nasty lily pads. Got some dolphins talking to us. All right, let's look at where we're trying to get to. Um, 1693, 974. So we got about 800, 850 more to go. All right, good. We're not quite there yet, but this is familiar. I vaguely remember it. I was just worried we'd already gotten past where we were supposed to be without ever seeing that swamp or marsh. Is that a big cave, underwater cave there? All right, there's our old style swamp. Very close to home now. Well, I'd say this was a excellent little adventure. We got some. Oh, speak. Let's finish it out strong here. Boop. Okay, we're good. No angles. Get a nice big old lungful of air. Come on. Okay. Get all this kelp out of the way. We can actually use our inventory. And we'll just sit in the boat here. You, 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 you. Anything else that will stack? Oh. After all that, I was so focused on getting that map, and then I totally forgot to use it. Yikes! Good grief. Here. Let's do that. Okay, that keeps us on the boat a little bit more. Here is our other chest. I think we're well lined up here. The axe in hand. Now this is gonna be trouble. Trouble. That may have broke us, by the way. We also got paper. So we do have this buried treasure map. Southeast. It's kind of direction we want to go. Let's see. Do 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 do. Those may not have been our swampy trees either. Although that maybe is where we came out of. I don't know. I'm not too worried about looking at coordinates just yet. Let's go get this map if we can. We'll have another map to do mid digging tomorrow, but I would like to get back and at least get that base room area excavated out. Ooh. Uh, why was I saying east? If this takes me all the way back out to the Mushroom Islands, I don't think it can, right? We can't have to go that far. Yeah, look at this island. A little blend of trees. Oh, get to go back into the middle of the woods. Seems sketchy. Some bees. I think we got plenty of bees closer to home, though. Oh, it does get quite beachy over here. Alright. Nice little turtle. Guys, hanging out. Lots of sand. Alright. And I think we can finally do this. Not worrying too much about it. And switch out those. It's good to me. Alright. Now, got just a little bit more boat travel to do. That can go in, that can go in. Those can't go in. Anything else stacked up here? I don't think so. Although we could probably, well, I don't care about the uh, coal, but if needed, we could collapse in the coal a little bit. Big question. Does this have a water channel all the way through, or are we in an enclosed space? I'm guessing enclosed. Oh, you're not. Map says here. Ah, look at you. It was a good little map. All done up. All right, well, that's awesome. Do I have more TNT? No. Now, all we gotta do is find our way home. We are loaded up. We are. Still a little bit off. Gotta check them again. 974 and 1693. So those were a couple little swamp trees, I guess. And then somewhere back in here is our untorched little waterway cut through. I think right in here. It was a good adventure. Not amazing. Finding more villages would have been amazing. The mushrooms, awesome. We've really struggled finding mushrooms in the past, so or in the recent past. So having that already plotted is great. Having a mountain beyond that could come in really handy. Um, but yeah, still a lot to find, and we've got a village, so we can move villagers around as we need to. Nothing about that particular village blew me away, except that it's by a new swamp. So we get that. All right, you go away. You come here. We could go ahead and switch those out. Once you go in there, random stuff, food. I think these are both definitely stuff. Wait, what? Why did the food not go away? What did I put away instead? You come out. You go in. Let's start you cooking. Top that off. Books are stuff. Alright. Do I have any sand yet? No, we'll cook that up for glass. Um, just store that. these. We are right back to laggy again. I don't know what that's all about. Probably means good things for under our home. Definitely gonna want to get some stairs built in through here. Alright, stuff box. That is stuff. Probably should keep that separate. Stuff. Let's switch this for now. That can be stuff. Nothing there, but here, food. Plants. Slabs. One more trip up here. Stuff. Oh, actually, that should be planty stuff. Food, stuff. Look at all those emeralds. Gold can all be stuff at this point, and even ingots. Sounds like they're like snow plowing out there. I think that's unlikely though. I don't think we have a lot of need for snow plows at the moment. Why did these? I guess that was the food and stuff box, right? Whatever. Alright, how's our iron cook going there? Top that off. Here. And then we got mending on gold, but I think for everyday wear, we want the extra armor. Right. So then that becomes stuff. We need a bucket. Should probably have a shears. And another pick. And that. Okay. Next up. Working on that. 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 Should be 2. Hey, we made it. Alright, first room. I'm just fascinated to know what they got going on out there. Sounds like a sprayer, but it's like got the clank of like a snowplow going down. Each time they lift it up and then. But there's also like the lawnmowers. I don't know why it would be so clanky. Let's see, you guys are coming along with me. Oh, they're power washing the dumpster area and the dumpsters themselves. It sounded very power washy. And I guess the clanks were just them moving the dumpsters around. Alright, mystery solved. And mystery of stone picks, also almost solved for ourselves. I think I just took out the torch behind me. Now we will probably have to go back to our stone pick roots here, but I think I will use the 2 that I have in iron right now to keep working on the house. So from here, we just go. Alright. There's that. Checking for holes. And there, and there. There. Beauty. See how much quicker this goes? We can use iron. Okay, Okay, so we talked a lot of stuff today. It's been awesome. Again, I apologize if you are lurking and kind of feeling the delays here. My bad. Welcome to you all. For the VOD viewers, though, I hope this is in any way watchable. I guess we'll find out. But um, the other thing I want to talk a little bit, just I don't know. I think it seems a little bit on topic, but I have been playing some Skyrim of late. Kind of, as I said, I've always been pretty good, especially in those kind of games. But even like MMO RPGs, the start a new tune, right? Don't don't finish all the game. Just play for a few months or whatever. Get fairly deep and then start over. Well, um, I have been rolling further into the content than I really have before with the same tune here, and trying to ride that momentum as best I can, at least towards getting all the way through the main storyline and all that. I've tried my best to avoid too many spoilers for myself, but I've gotten far enough in the past to know quite a few things about how it all plays out. But um, there were certainly some things that I'd never touched before. I'd never done Dawn Guard, and I had never done much of Thieves Guild, and nothing at all of the Dark Brotherhood. And this time around, I was kind of like, you know what? I know, sometimes you get hung up in the whole like, what's my morality of my character, and what do I want to do? And this time I was kind of like, my character justifies a lot of stuff in his head. He's kind of going to be okay with it because I want to get as much of the content as I can. And it's been kind of cool being able to use some of the new stuff while still pretty much just in the vanilla game. Oh, no, this is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. Okay, let's get some air. I know I didn't get very much air there. 3. Oh, it's already marked. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that was the edge at least. So before we get too much going in this room, at least, we're going to try to get all that water dealt with, or at least a buffer on it. Because the last thing you want to do is have your whole base set up and then water come pouring through it all and basically wreck everything that isn't nailed down. Um. So yeah, bunch of fun stuff in the Skyrim when I played it. That's usually like when I these last couple of games after you get home and are kind of, I'm not ready to sleep yet. That's when I throw that game up and put in a couple more hours of it. Um, and yeah, it's kind of like the first time in a long time in this playthrough or any of the others where once you've gotten established and then you start knocking your miscellaneous quests back down to just a handful. And I've still got some I really don't want to do, um, and haven't yet, and I don't know if I ever will. In this particular playthrough, as in most, I'm not real wild about diving in on the Civil War. I absolutely again, dancing in potential spoiler area, and I've tried not to go through too far to the back end. I have played it up to choosing the sides and kind of getting established, and then switching out from there. So I think on these sides, we're gonna do torches on the posts, just on those. And I kind of think we may just do open to here. I think we'll have plenty of light. And then maybe we'll do some internal walls of non-stone, right, to like box out a bedroom or something like that, or workshop or whatever. Now, oh, I just pulled out all those when I really didn't intend to because I wanted to keep this contained. Because I suspect, yeah, receipt dripping. Mm, interesting. All right, how far back? That's going to be dangerous. How far back do I want to get? Back. Oh, okay, that's good. We don't need that. Then we got that. Come on, come on, get out of the water. Oh, oops. Well, that's why I did this though. Okay. Oh. Oh. Guess I should have brought my Aqua Affinity. Huh. Now, does that go all the way out? Um. I think. Oh, this is gonna be a mess too, isn't it? Come on. Get back to the air, you fool. Oh, then we gotta fight all our way back through the current. But I think we can manage an area like this. That will then give us some cushion to expand. We don't flood out everything. And I don't know. Do I want to do a door? Maybe we can go out here. I wonder what we haven't made a door yet, have we? Let's try a door. Oh, look at that. I kind of want these. not until we get windows. I'm not real wild about these because they're solid. Solid doors can equal death, but if we do that, we then got a better air pocket. We can do. Oh, that does refill from the bottom, huh? Okay, fair enough. At least here we don't have current. All right. Plop. 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 Okay. And there. And maybe there. Oh! Alright. Torch up. Not ideal, but that should keep us now free to do the walls and all that without having to worry about getting flooded out. And I'll take that, that, and I don't have a color scheme yet. We'll figure it out, I promise. But for now, at least, there and there, right? And then clean up all this. Because who wants dirt on the floor? Bedtime. Fortunately, nothing has wandered its way in. Alright. Next up. Anything ready to get us? One sand. Where'd all the rest of that sand go? I know I had more than one sand. Dozen sand. That's a dozen glass. It's okay, we got wood. We can start making chests. But I think the first thing we need to do is get some windows cut for our 12. And maybe go get some more sand. That'll start us. 6, we can at least get a deal. I think this is going to be our tougher side. I said, I'm not set on anything yet, but I think we want non-copper ore sitting just there. Okay, rest of these done. Oh, I guess I never filled in this side. We're getting there. Don't you worry. And I didn't do panes. I kind of think when it's down here and just cut into the wall, keeping them flush is nice. Now let's get some more. I know. It's painful for me too, but this seems like the better move to do until we get a little bit more iron. Maybe in the next stream, if we go back out, make some leather boots, go back out to that icy, snowy mountain. Might be our deal. But this is exciting. We get to find out whether we get flooded out from above anywhere. Always fun. And I definitely think this corner back here could still have some tricks to throw at us. Also, I want to get that a little extra bit out of the way. Switch this out with the white. If it's gonna come, it's gonna be right here. But like I said, hopefully got it. And then here we could get gravel and water as a result. Maybe we paid our dues. It is interesting though that that water channel goes all the way, based on that light, out to probably where we've been boating through. A little bit intimidating. Still can't see the sky. Gotta get right up to it. We will fix that with more sand, which I would like to get here while we're still going. I plan to go for about 20 more minutes. And if we can raise this ceiling, we'll go get some more sand, try to cook it, and raise those outer wall ceiling or windows up to 3 blocks, so actually a block up above the height of the ceiling, so we can see up on the angle out of the pit, so to speak. See more of our lava fall, the cave, all that good stuff. All right, this one should seem quick by comparison, right? Almost there. by the time we finish this outer edge here, there really won't be too much of this room left. 5x5 little block, I think. Maybe a little longer because I think we've got the wall on this one. Hear little piggoos up there. Alright, wrap this up. Didn't get to pretty up the stairs or put in steps yet today, but if we can get the windows and make this secure and snug, that would be a big one, I think. All right, get these guys out. Just spotty patch them in. It's mismatched as all that looks. I think it's better than the cobble. Still not night. Doing good. Good. All right, more glass. Those, and might as well use these doors. We've got them, right? They're a little sketchy because you can't see through them, but we've now got windows to either side as long as we're just a little bit careful. That can work. All right, we got our bed. We do have shovels. So we'll just try to get out to some sand. Sleep while we're out there. And while we're going through, we're going to open that up. And I think that's kind of got to go too, right? Just make this nice and open and easy. Got some sand here. I think opening all this up is fine. Oh, but we do have turtles who may want to breed here. So maybe we'll just lower it, level it all out. Expand any passages through, or at least make sure that they're big enough so we don't have to worry too much when we're out boating. Yeah, like you guys here. We'll just keep this stuff open around you. Alright, bed. Almost bedtime. Good. Do, 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 do. At least we got turtles to keep us company. We do have shears, so we could breed them, start breeding them right now. Don't have any silk touch to get the eggs. And don't know that I'd be very formidable as a defender. Is this more sand than I need? Yeah, for sure. But Who knows? Maybe we'll be glass walled all the way up, right? It's kind of a private world. Not have to worry about peepers watching us. Um, we have kind of a glass walled interior looking out over the hole. Seems like we're doing pretty well. I don't know that we'll level out the whole island here, but you know what I should do while I'm running around here? I know, turtles, you're right on the edge there, but I really think you'll be happier if you let me kind of soften up these edges a little bit. So you got a little. That seem good? Yeah, like that, right? Now you can get in and out of the water easy. Here, we'll come one more over here. Oh, you want to go that way? That's fine. I'm not trying to wreck your day here. I'm just trying to make it a nice. There you go. And we get a nice little uh, causeway thing here. All right, we'll just punch out the sand. There. Beautiful. Turtle's happy. I'm happy. We got a little underwater thing down there. Got some rain. All right, back home. We'll cook some of this up. Have big windows. And since I do have some sugar cane, I should probably grab this, give it a chance to regrow. Let's do this. Just let all that do its own thing. When we get a new shovel, maybe we'll kick this all the way out. I think I missed any. All right. Glass. Don't need any of that. This can go with planty stuff. Way overwhelmed here. We want that. That. This is fine. Now, since this is the wet, nasty side, let's make this kind of the base little workshop area. And we'll do our standard deal here, and then we'll do tight mode there. And then kick this one out one so that if we want to get out there, we can. This goes back to normal-ish. And then we'll have some overflow. So now what do we, this is our main deal. we've got a crafting table over here somewhere. All these things come into this first one. And then let's get the tree box. We're doing under 10 minutes here. I think we're all right. Sticks, planks, coal. No. Coal. Logs, coal. Iron. Extra chests. I still didn't get those crafting tables. There's that. And I don't know that I have any of those things yet ready to go. What did I do? Oh, with crafting tables, those can all go here. Um, come. Guess for a minute at least, all of this stuff can come in to the main chest. All right. It's kind of humbling knowing that you. Didn't we have another gold hoe somewhere too? Lost it. Knowing that all that iron that felt like so much is not even enough to make an anvil. You go there. You can go here. That keep the chat up no matter how delayed it may be. All right, now you can go in there for sure. I'll put the sugar in there too. I know it's technically food stuff. This is legitimately a sapling. Food box. And then we still have all those tools. I don't even know if those are. I think they're food, right? These are prepared. These are prepared. This is prepared. The stew. Soon enough, these will be coming with us. And then these are all base ingredients or things that we want to work with later, right? Okay. Now, we should drop our obsidian. It lives in there usually. Another hoe. Another hoe. I mean, we can make a pretty decent hoe, but without without mending, it would still just crumble almost immediately, even with that unbreaking, because gold is not a good material. What it would do is let us get our farming done without wasting any iron. That is kind of nice. And then the shears, those are going to go in here. All right, so the next thing, so this is usually food, and then this would become cobbled, this would become the blocks, and this would be the treasure box, but I think we're going to mix that up a little bit because we've got this nice long wall, and we still don't know what, if, how, any of that kind of stuff we're going to excavate. But I'm thinking, at least for now, I'll maybe make this front bit of this the kind of the sleeping area, and I'll put some chests along here, and maybe we'll have a steps area as well to go up to an upper story in time. For now, I think we need to sleep. Ooh, we're getting close now. And then this, I could, you know what, maybe both the steps would be in here. So maybe we should start the chests back over on the other side. So we'll take these 3 at least, and we can kind of cycle these as we go. Boom, boom, boom. Because now, this is empty, I think. Nope, not quite, but almost. Hey, you're not empty. You are, though. And you're a mess. Alright, go away, come back. There. So, at least to start, let's go dirt, cobble, and the threefer. Dirt. Oh, we're getting close. So close to game time. Dirt. We drop off these 2. Cobble. And all the rest. There. Oh, and there is gravel, not andesite. So you go away. I kind of forgot about gravel. Gravel. Alright. Now, this can come up. Don't know that it's going to go inside yet. Maybe I want to do. So much of this stuff. Let's just take all of this and make this a clothing and overflow stuff. Figure that out in the next stream. That. Alright, last but not least, we'll maybe leave the sand and the copper out here. Grab all the rest of this stuff. This, probably this, although it may go over in the other box. We said this was going to be our treasure box, right? Nuggets. Let's go grab whatever partial stack of cobble we have, or a full one. So we'll need that too. At least one of these. This can go away. Here. I need coal now. And then we'll cook the... will these not cook down into nuggets? I guess not. I thought I could cook the pressure plates down into nuggets. Let me know if I'm doing something wrong there. I really thought that was a deal. Maybe they need a blast furnace now or something? Don't know. Well, that definitely limits their appeal. Here. These will hang out. Saddle can sit in here. We need to know which of these is which. That is the new one, or fresh one. Leave that there. Someday we need to do that. Maybe in the next stream, if we're going back to the Iron Mountain. And this is decoration. These, I don't know. Guess we just leave as is, right? Alright, then, getting there, I promise. Let's make this kind of corner a little outdoor crafting work space. And we'll maybe do reset. And you guys know I like doing the 3x3 for coal eventually. If that even becomes a deal here, who knows, but canceled out all the good we'd done. But now we can do all that. Go. And I don't know that I'm going to fuel them. And we got this outside. Just a marker of what can become, right? And then last thing here for today, since I'm already like 5 minutes over what I'd planned to stay there. There. There's some nice big windows, which a little doofy from the inside, but when we figure out a good ceiling into floor transition, I think that'll be okay. And what I'm thinking now is, so we have, this is actually like our ceiling on there, and we'd have a floor up. So I think this row would be solid all the way through. But then maybe what we do is have just a big old elongated window wall for an upper floor that's just chill, hangout stuff, and maybe is even a little cheated in, so it's a little smaller, but still the same kind of shape, just doesn't extend out past maybe the doors here, but has a glass whole corner wall so you can stand in and see from the whole side. But I think having these two will really open up from here, that you're not feeling as cut under. And I always like doing that that window up above so you can see the sky a little bit better. But we are now safely, at least, indoors, which is a long way from where we were when we first started today. And I think we made really pretty good progress for early game. We'll just hang on to those. I would like to go get additional wool, pretty priority in the next one, so we can make a permanent bed in here and have a spare. I think for now we'll set maybe do a double bed and then another chest on the other side there. And I think that will kind of take care of us on the base um, for a bit. Then we'll get out to going around exploring the world, working down into this cave now, and using those mountains that we found to get iron. If we can get an anvil, we can set up all those gold picks together or hoes or whatever. And if we have enough, we can then be ready to do an extra set of armor and start using tools. The problem is with only 24, sure, that's 8 picks, but that's nothing to repair out our armor or anything if it gets trashed. And so we really need that to be up to like a stack. Then we're kind of good. Now maybe just peeking down into the cave a little bit, we can get close to that kind of level. But we still made a huge bit of progress here. Let's go dump off all these extras while we're here and be fully set for the next one. Nope, well, I wanted those. So that I wanted to get rid of, and let's just tool up while we're here. So we want a bunch of stuff, right? 2 more picks, 2 shovels, and an axe. I don't know if we're going to have enough. 2 picks. I don't know how I feel about this music. What do you guys think? It's good? 1, 2. And just like I planned it. And boom. Extra torches. Got some safety torches, and we got some coal. All right, well, there we are, all loaded out. We can take this beef along to have with us for a better food source, right? I think we're pretty well set. We'll even sleep so we don't have to do that to start the game. And like I said, I would hope tomorrow is pretty open. We'll see. I'd love to catch you guys then, but still very fluid. But I've appreciated you guys hanging out, those of you that have, checking by, clicking on the VODs. If you happen to just catch this looking for Minecraft content, thanks so much for hanging out. I'm Habbage. Go ahead and hit that like or drop me a comment to say hello in the comments over on YouTube. If you do subscribe there, you'll know when my future videos come. They're going to be a little erratic here through the rest of the hockey playoff and the weeks beyond, kind of into the second week of July. I'll be bouncing all over the place, and who knows what? Maybe some check-ins, maybe some pre-recorded stuff over on YouTube, Twitch. I don't know. I don't know how to do anything pre-recorded, so I don't know that that's going to be a deal. But yeah, we'll see what we can put together, and then kind of mid-July is maybe when I start looking at some hardware changes, some updates and stuff like that. See what we got going on, and who knows what could come next out of that. So Stay tuned. There's always something changing over here. Again, I'm Habbage. I'm so grateful that you guys are coming around and seemingly enjoying the content. Keep coming back. Let me know if you are. Remember, follows and subscribes the best way to keep up to date with when my latest stuff is either live or we're getting populated in a VOD format. So there you go. Take care. Enjoy the game tonight. Let's go, Avs. We want the cup, right? And maybe a better performance. We'll just settle for a better performance than what we've seen previously. News seems to be indicating that Nazem may actually play, so that would be huge if he is in fact able to come back and is healthy. But I'm going to jump over now and get into hockey mode. So take care, everybody. See you next time. Stay awesome out there, all right, guys? Bye now.